His Honor, Administrator.
Please be seated. Madam Speaker and members of the Manitoba Legislature, I welcome you to the first session of the 42nd Legislative Assembly of the Province of Manitoba. Je vous souhaite la bienvenue à la première session de la 42e Législature de la Province du Manitoba. I offer my congratulations to all new and returning members of this Assembly. I also offer the congratulations and appreciation of all Manitobans to all candidates who sought election to this Assembly in the recent election. Your commitment and contribution to the validity of our democracy is deserving of our respect. To all Manitobans, your government is grateful for the honor to continue serving the people of our province. You have renewed your government's mandate to continue its mission of fixing Manitoba's finances, repairing its services, and rebuilding its economy. While significant progress was made in all three areas during the previous term, much work remains to be done in order to complete the task of moving Manitoba forward towards greater prosperity for all. As a government that keeps its promises, your government will continue to work to make Manitoba more economically competitive by reducing regulatory red tape and encouraging innovation. Passage of the Business Registration, Supervision, and Ownership Transparency Act, various acts amended, will help Manitoba complete implementation of the New West Partnership Trade Agreement and will provide Manitobans with more access to customers and opportunities across Western Canada. Your government will address the issues of addictions and honor its obligation to keep our streets safe from crime. And your government will continue to work to strengthen our education system, support families in need, and deliver better health care sooner for all Manitobans. In the coming days, this Assembly will be asked to complete all necessary legislative requirements in order to fully implement the measures outlined in Budget 2019. Measures that increase funding for healthcare, education, and families. Measures that increase support for tourism and our creative industries, while also investing more than $1 billion in strategic infrastructure. And most importantly, measures that lower the provincial sales tax to 7%. In 2011, the previous government was elected based on its promise to not raise the provincial sales tax and a commitment to let Manitobans vote on major tax hikes. Just 18 months later, both of those promises were broken. After making more goods and services subject to the PST, The PST rate was increased to 8% without the consent of Manitobans. That increase took more than $300 million annually off the kitchen tables of Manitobans. The previous government took more from Manitobans and gave less. Your government is committed to taking less from Manitobans and giving them more. Reducing the PST back to 7% is part of your government's plan to guarantee $2,020 in tax savings for Manitobans over the next years. Manitobans have given your government the mandate to move forward towards a stronger economy, better services, and better jobs. The work to achieve those goals resumes today. They will continue to guide the decisions of this government throughout its mandate. It is the path Manitobans have chosen, it is the bright future they deserve, and it is what your government will work hard to deliver. I now leave you to the business of the session, knowing you will faithfully discharge your duties and responsibilities. May divine providence continue to bless our province and guide this assembly in all of its deliberations. God bless Manitoba. God bless Canada. God save the Queen.
O eternal and almighty God, from whom all power and wisdom come, we are assembled here before thee to frame such laws as may tend to the welfare and prosperity of our province. Grant, O merciful God, we pray thee, that we may desire only that which is in accordance with thy will, that we may seek it with wisdom, know it with certainty, and accomplish it perfectly, for the glory and honor of thy name, and for the welfare of all our people. Amen. Please be seated. At this time, I would just like to take a moment to welcome everybody back, and especially to all the new members who are joining us here. A very special occasion it is for you, I'm sure, and all the best to everybody as you are taking on your new tasks before you. The Honourable First Minister.
I move, seconded by the member for Borderlands, that Bill Number 1, an act respecting the administration of oaths of office, loi sur la prestation des serments d'entrée en fonction, be now read a first time.
It has been moved by the Honourable First Minister, seconded by the Honourable Member for Borderland, that Bill Number 1, an act respecting the administration of oaths of office, be now read a first time. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable First Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, seconded by the member for Southdale, that my motion has the name of the member, Madam Speaker. I need your guidance. It's appropriate to say the name. Doyle Panyuk, member for the Electoral Division of Turtle Mountain, be chairperson of the committees of the whole House and Deputy Speaker.
It has been moved by the Honourable First Minister, seconded by the Honourable Member for Southdale, that Doyle Panyuk, member for the Electoral Division of Turtle Mountain, be chairperson of the committees of the whole House and Deputy Speaker. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable First Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Morden Winkler, that Dennis Smook, member for the Electoral Division of La Vérendrye, be deputy chairperson of the committees of the whole House.
It has been moved by the Honourable First Minister, seconded by the Honourable Member for Morden Winkler, that Dennis Smook, member for the Electoral Division of La Vérendrye, be the Deputy Chairperson of the committees of the whole House. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable First Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, seconded by the member for Tuxedo, that Andrew Micklefield, member for the Electoral Division of Rossmere, be deputy chairperson of the committees of the whole House.
It has been moved by the Honourable First Minister, seconded by the Honourable Member for Tuxedo, that Andrew Micklefield, member for the Electoral Division of Rossmere, be Deputy Chairperson of the Committees of the Whole. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable First Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, seconded by the member for Spruce Woods, that the speech of His Honour, the Administrator, be taken into consideration today. Thank you.
It has been moved by the Honourable First Minister, seconded by the member for Spruce Woods, that the speech of His Honour, the Administrator, be taken into consideration today. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Government House Leader.
On House business, Madam Speaker, Could you please canvass the House for leave to limit the debate on the address and reply to the speech from the throne to 3 members in the following order: the Leader of the Official Opposition, the Member for St. Boniface, and the Premier. Each member's speech would be limited to 5 minutes, and following the 3rd speech, the Speaker would be obligated to put the question on the motion.
Is there leave to limit the debate on the address in reply to the speech from the throne to 3 members in the following order: the Leader of the Official Opposition, the Member for St. Boniface, and the Premier? Each member's speech would be limited to 5 minutes, and following the 3rd speech, the Speaker would be obligated to put the question on the motion. Is there leave? Leave has been granted. The Honourable Member for Dawson Trail.
I move, seconded by the member for Seine River, that the following address be presented to His Honour the Administrator. We, the members of the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba, thank Your Honour for the gracious speech addressed to us at the first session of the 42nd Legislature of Manitoba.
It has been moved by the Honourable Member for Dawson Trail, seconded by the Honourable Member for Seine River, that the following address be presented to His Honour the Administrator. We, the members of the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba, thank Your Honour for the gracious speech addressed to us at this first session of the 42nd Legislature of Manitoba. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Here, here. Miigwech, Madam Speaker, and I want to say a big thank you, Gitchi Miigwech, to the people of Fort Rouge for sending me back to this chamber to serve in another legislature, and also congratulations to all my colleagues, returning and new MLAs. I am very proud to stand with a strengthened opposition team that will work very hard to keep this government to account. I want to take a minute to acknowledge that everyone on our team did something very difficult to be here. Some of them made history in their election to this chamber. Others defeated cabinet ministers or incumbent MLAs, and still others conducted themselves with great integrity, honesty, and perspicacity in finding their way to the hallowed chamber of the Manitoba Legislative Assembly. And we will certainly need all of those skills and attributes to be able to hold this government to account. We know that their focus in the last legislature was to cut health care, to close emergency rooms, and to raise the cost of people's Manitoba Hydro bill. And our increased size of our caucus on this side is a clear repudiation of this government's agenda, and we will hold them to account each and every day, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to stand here as the voice of progressive Manitoba. And we heard in that short throne speech that this government saw fit to bring forward an extended soliloquy made up of partisan attacks, and yet they didn't even mention climate change once, Madam Speaker. And this just a few days after my colleagues and I joined 12,000 people out front of this building as the young people of our province and our world demanded that we take immediate and substantial action to address the issue of our time, which is climate change. On a perhaps more cross-partisan note, Madam Speaker, today is Orange Shirt Day, and I want to thank all of my returning colleagues who did support the Orange Shirt Day Act in the last legislature, which recognizes this day officially in our province as one that we observe in honor and commemoration of the survivors of Indian residential schools. Our country has learned the lessons of the past to a certain extent. We saw the apology on behalf of the Crown by Prime Minister Harper in 2008, and now it is up to each of us to carry the lessons of that past dark era forward and to ensure that no child in this country is separated by force from their family simply because of who they are. And perhaps more importantly, that we never see fit to allow a government policy to judge an entire group of people based on racist and outmoded thinking. And so the true import and significance of this Orange Shirt Day in 2019 is that it's another opportunity for us to stand together and reaffirm that slogan that we now see printed on t-shirts, that every child matters. In our language, and I'll table the Anishinaabe transition for the benefit of Hansard, we say, Gakina abanonchiak apitenda goziak. Every child matters. The significance of this, Madam Speaker, is that the residential school survivors themselves stood up, demanded justice of this country, and when they were met by leaders of the federal and provincial government, they displayed a great amount of wisdom, a great amount of compassion, and a great amount of courage, which I think is a true lesson on what it means to be a human being. That when you are done wrong, the proper response of a fully formed human being is not to strike back, but rather to rise above with love, with compassion, and with generosity. And so while we honor the residential school survivors themselves on Orange Shirt Day, we ought also to take a moment to recognize the true lessons of humanity that have been shown by these generations in many of our communities. In the past year, I wrote to the Prime Minister asking him to make Orange Shirt Day a federal statutory holiday. And it is my hope that this will be accomplished by the next Prime Minister of our country. I will write to the next Prime Minister to do so. It would be a fitting tribute to these residential school survivors. It would mark the progress that our nation has made while still giving us an opportunity to commemorate their courage, their grace, and their compassion. And so perhaps that's something that the Premier and I can work together on during this legislature. With that, I say thank you again to everybody who played a role in sending us here, and congrats once again to all the elected members.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by acknowledging Orange Shirt Day. It's a reminder of the casual daily cruelty and denial of dignity that it was a legacy of residential schools, as well as the ongoing decades-long legacy of governments undermining and tearing apart First Nations families. We must remind ourselves this day and every day that every child matters. We must reflect, too, that the residential schools mark the worst of what government can do: institutional cruelty, neglect, and death, even as warnings were raised over a century ago that what was taking place was a national crime. Set against this, we are also today marking the outcome of an election which in many ways represents the very best of our values. Democracy offers us the peaceful transition of power. And while we live in a society that is unequal and is growing more unequal, the democratic right to vote means that at the ballot box, at least, every person is equal. We can and should lament that more Manitobans did not vote, and that so many people feel disengaged from the political process. I am grateful to everyone who put their name forward to make democracy better in Manitoba. I say that especially for candidates who ran under the Manitoba Liberal banner, but it is true of all parties. There are good people in every party, and no one has a monopoly on good ideas, though sometimes it certainly seems this government has a monopoly on bad ones. Our job is not just to criticize, but to demand that government prove its case. Much of politics is treated as theatre, which is to say it is assumed by the people watching it that it is not serious, that people pretend to be someone they're not, and recite lines over and over that someone else wrote for them. One consequence of this is that the theatre of lip service is seen as a substitute of action. The decisions made in this chamber every day have an impact on the lives of over 1 million people in Manitoba, and more besides when we include our role in Canada and the world. This is not just a question of decisions to act, but decisions not to act, that Manitobans may be harmed by neglect and cuts. And there are many areas where we are deeply, deeply concerned about this government's policies. On healthcare, education, climate change, on the economy, and indeed on democracy, that these systems are already more fragile than the government realizes, and the measures this government is proposing is putting them at greater risk when we need to be strengthening them. In the often hyper-partisan atmosphere in this chamber, it is easy to dismiss complaints as theatre or posturing. I hope we can consider the serious nature of the decisions we make, that we approach our task as legislators with humility, and when necessary, set aside our partisan blinders to listen in earnest to the voices of people who cry out for help or in warning that we are headed in the wrong direction. We have the opportunity in this chamber to set our province on a path that will affect people's lives for the better or for the worse for years and decades to come. Our obligation is to the future, not just ourselves. We look forward to working with you all. Thank you. Merci.
The Honourable First Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Congratulations on your re-election as Speaker, Madam Speaker. Also, congratulations to my colleague, member for Fort Rouge, and to his team, including all those who sought office under the banner of the Democratic Party, as well to my colleague from St. Boniface. Congratulations also to him and to all of his candidates who sought office on behalf of the Liberal Party. And congratulations, of course, as well to all my colleagues here and all who sought office on behalf of the Progressive Conservative Party, and to all who put their name on the ballot. Thank you for making democracy work and for giving Manitobans a choice. It is my hope that this Assembly will continue to be the foundation for ongoing dialogue, for cooperation, for debate on important issues. I look forward to working with all my colleagues here to move our beloved Manitoba forward as we continue in our efforts to fix the finances, to repair the services, to rebuild the economy of our province. Madam Speaker, back in 2016, our PC team asked Manitobans for their trust. And in return, we said that we would keep our word, and we established a plan that included better jobs, better care, better education, better value for money, and better together. And promises were made, Madam Speaker, promises were kept. And Madam Speaker, 3 weeks ago, on September 10th, Manitobans renewed their confidence in this party and in its leadership, and they made their choice. And their choice was forward, not backward. They elected the largest back-to-back majority governments in the history of Manitoba. And we will move forward, Madam Speaker, forward to better care sooner, forward to better education, better outcomes for our children, and 20 new schools, forward to a Made in Manitoba climate and green plan, forward to a stronger economy and 40,000 new jobs, and forward to affordability, which means, Madam Speaker, lower taxes and more money on the kitchen tables of Manitoba families, Manitoba small businesses, and Manitoba seniors. Over the course of the next couple of months, our government will be putting forth an ambitious 100-day agenda that will see record tax relief, better health care sooner, more schools for students, more jobs for Manitobans, and Made in Manitoba climate change solutions. And we will bring forward legislation to begin implementation of the 2020 tax rollback guarantee. We will work towards implementing recommendations from the 2019 review of planning, permitting, and zoning to help do a better job of attracting capital and creating jobs in this province. And we will host the inaugural Manitoba Jobs Summit later this week. Working with the Winnipeg Regional Health Authority, we will create 200 new nursing positions. We will continue with the planning and then the construction of the St. Boniface Emergency Department. And we will initiate the Frontline Ideas Fund for healthcare workers to support innovative solutions brought forth to streamline operations and improve patient care. In addition, we will initiate the Teachers Idea Fund to support innovative solutions brought forth by teachers to streamline operations and improve educational outcomes for students. Moving forward on the construction of 20 new schools has been previously identified in our New Schools Guarantee. We will continue to advance and lead in the elimination of barriers to interprovincial trade within our country. We will announce initial funding recipients for the Growing Opportunities in Watersheds Trust, and will consult with the private sector and develop a plan to eliminate the use of plastic bags in Manitoba. Madam Speaker, our team is ready to continue the hard work of making Manitoba Canada's most improved province. Manitobans should expect nothing less. Manitobans deserve nothing less. Coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success. I encourage all members of this House to work together to achieve the betterment of our province for the good of its citizens now and in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is the House ready for the question? The question before the House is the motion of the Honourable Member for Dawson Trail. That is the motion for an address in reply to the speech from the throne. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I declare the motion carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, on House business, could you please canvass the House for leave to consider a sessional order motion today without notice?
Is there leave to consider a sessional order motion today without notice? Leave? Leave has been granted. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, seconded by the member for St. John's, that the following sessional order applies for the first session of the 42nd Legislature, despite any other rule or practice of this House. Sitting schedule for September and October 2019. 1. Subject to the following, the House shall sit Monday to Thursday from 1:30 p.m. until 6 p.m. from September 30th, 2019 until October 10th, 2019. A. On Friday, October 4th, 2019, as a separate sitting day, the House shall sit at 10 a.m. until 12:30 p.m. to consider departmental estimates in the Committee of Supply. The Speaker shall not call routine proceedings on this day, only orders of the day. B. On Friday, October 11th, 2019, the House shall sit at 10 a.m. until 12:30 p.m. to consider routine proceedings and orders of the day, subject to item 10. C. The House shall not sit on the mornings of Tuesday, October 1st, 2019, and Thursday, October 3rd, 2019. D. If there are more than 40 hours of estimates time remaining when the House rises on Friday, October 4th, 2019, the House shall then sit on the mornings of Tuesday, October 8th, 2019, and Thursday, October 10th, 2019, from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. to consider departmental estimates. If there are fewer than 40 hours of estimates time remaining when the House rises on Friday, October 4th, 2019, the House shall not sit on the mornings of Tuesday, October 8th, 2019, and Thursday, October 10th, 2019, from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Budget process, reinstatement of financial process from the 4th session, 41st Legislature. 2. The steps or segments of the financial process introduced and concluded during the 4th session of the 41st Legislature shall be reinstated in this first session of the 42nd Legislature as follows. A. The introduction, debate, and adoption of the budget motion and messages of Her Honor the Lieutenant Governor tabled on March 7, 2019 shall be deemed to have been introduced, considered, and concluded during the first session of the 42nd Legislature, and that the ensuing steps of the financial process be continued in this current session. B. The sequence for consideration of the departmental estimates by the Committee of Supply tabled in this House on March 21st, 2019 shall be reinstated and remain in effect for the duration of this session, subject to any subsequent amendment agreed to by the House leaders of the recognized parties. C. The departmental estimates shall be reinstated during the first session of the 42nd Legislature at the same stage they were when the 4th session of the 41st Legislature was dissolved, with 92 hours and 26 minutes left for consideration of the same. D. The consideration of departmental estimates must be concluded by Thursday, October 10th, and reported to the House by Friday, October 11th, 2019. On Thursday, October 10th, subject to item 15, if all departmental estimates resolutions have not passed, the chairpersons of the Committee of Supply shall immediately put all questions necessary to dispose of the remaining matters. These questions are not subject to debate, amendment, or adjournment. E. The consideration of all remaining steps in the main and capital supply procedures set out in Appendix D of the Rules, Orders, and Forms of Proceedings of the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba, bracket, the rules, close bracket, must be concluded by Friday, October 11, 2019. Reinstatement of Bill number 22. Reinstatement of Bill number 22, the Business Registration, Supervision, and Ownership Transparency Act, various acts amended from the fourth session of the 41st Legislature. 3. Bill number 22, the Business Registration, Supervision, and Ownership Transparency Act, various acts amended, is to be reinstated during the first session of the 42nd Legislature at the same second reading stage it was at when the fourth session of the 41st Legislature was dissolved. Conclusion of the second reading committee stage, report stage amendment, and concurrence in third reading on Bill number 22. 4. Second reading stage on Bill number 22 is to be completed on or before Wednesday, October 2nd, 2019. If necessary, 30 minutes prior to the adjournment hour on Wednesday, October 2nd, 2019, the Speaker must interrupt the proceedings and, without seeing the clock, put all questions necessary to conclude without further debate or amendment the second reading stage of Bill number 22. 5. Rule 92, bracket 7 of the rules regarding the requirement for 2 days' notice of a standing committee meeting is to be waived for Bill number 22. 6. Committee stage on Bill number 22 is to be completed no later than Monday, October 7th, 2019, and reported to the House on Tuesday, October 8th, 2019. 7. If the committee stage is not completed by the noted date, the following provisions are to apply if a committee is sitting. A. The committee shall not rise until clause by clause is completed and the question to report the bill has been decided by the committee. B. If the committee has not completed public presentations, it must close public presentations at 9 p.m. By unanimous consent, the deadline can be extended to 10 p.m. The public has the ability to provide written submissions for an additional 24 hours. C. At 11 p.m., any member of the committee who wishes to move an amendment to Bill number 22 must file 20 copies of the amendment with the clerk of the committee, and the clerk must distribute the amendment to members of the committee. After that time, an amendment may be moved only if copies of it were filed with the clerk and distributed as required by this provision. D. At midnight, the chair of the committee must interrupt the proceedings and, without further debate or amendment other than an amendment distributed as required by paragraph C, put every question necessary to complete clause by clause consideration of the bill under consideration. 8. Report stage amendment and the concurrence and third reading stages of Bill number 22 are to be completed on or before Thursday, October 10th, 2019. If necessary, subject to item 15, the Speaker must interrupt the proceedings and, without seeing the clock, put all questions necessary to conclude without further debate or amendment the report stage amendment and the concurrent and third reading stages of Bill number 22. At any time this session, when the House is considering any stage of Bill number 22, the two sections of supply in the committee rooms may meet concurrently with the House to consider departmental estimates. The Chamber section of supply will not meet at these times, and the House will be in session in the Chamber to debate Bill number 22. During such sittings, A, if there is a recorded vote requested in the House, the two sections of supply must recess for the duration of the vote. B, if there is a recorded vote requested in a section of supply, the House must temporarily interrupt proceedings to resolve into supply so that the Chamber section may convene, receive the request for a recorded vote, and then conduct the vote in accordance with Rule 77 bracket 10, 77 bracket 11, and 77 bracket 12. Following the vote, the Chamber section may rise to allow the House to resume consideration Bill number 22 while the two sections of supply continue meeting. C, if on any day the House concludes its consideration of Bill number 22 prior to the adjournment hour, the House may resolve into supply so that the Chamber section may consider departmental estimates. Adjournment on Friday, October 11th, 2019. Matters to be completed before adjournment on Friday, October 11th, 2019. 10. The House is to not see the clock or adjourn on Friday, October 11th, 2019 until the items set out in this sessional order are completed and royal assent has been granted to the following bills. A. Bill number 22, the Business Registration, Supervision, and Ownership Transparency Act, various acts amended. B. The Loan Act 2019 and the Appropriation Act 2019. 11. At the conclusion of the actions required by this sessional order, the Speaker must adjourn the House without a motion for adjournment. The House then stands adjourned until the call of the Speaker. General provisions, recorded divisions. 12. A recorded division on any item referred to in this sessional order cannot be deferred. Interruption of proceedings. 13. Where this sessional order requires the Speaker or a chairperson to interrupt proceedings to take any action, A. The House will not adjourn on that day until the Speaker or chairperson has put all applicable questions on all items, and B. At 30 minutes prior to the adjournment hour, the Speaker or chairperson will interrupt debate and put all questions with no further debate or amendment. Priority of actions to be taken. 14. On Monday, September 30th, 2019, the Speaker shall call A. The category Tabling of Reports from Routine Proceedings to allow for all remaining volumes of supplementary information for legislative review 2019-2020 departmental expenditure estimates to be tabled, followed by B. Orders of the day to allow the House to resolve into the Committee of Supply to consider departmental estimates. 15. On Thursday, October 10th, 2019, if these actions have not already been concluded at 30 minutes prior to adjournment, they will be considered and resolved in the following order. A. The chairpersons of the Committee of Supply shall put all questions necessary to dispose of the remaining departmental estimates resolutions. B. The Speaker shall put all questions necessary to conclude the report stage amendment and the concurrence and third reading stages of Bill number 22. 16. Where A. This sessional order requires the Speaker or a chairperson to take any action at a specified time, and B. At the specified time a point of order or matter of privilege has been raised and is under consideration by the House or committee, the point of order or matter of privilege is to be set aside, and no other point of order or matter of privilege may be raised until the required action has been taken and all matters relating to the required action have been resolved. Amendments. 17. After adoption by the House, this sessional order may be amended by unanimous consent of the House.
It has been moved by the Honourable Government House Leader, seconded by the Honourable Member for St. John's, that the following sessional order applies. Oh, thank you. Dispense. It has been moved by the Honourable Government House Leader, seconded by the Honourable Member for St. John's, and the motion was in order. Are there any members wishing to speak to the motion? Is the House ready for the question? The question before the House is the sessional order proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I declare the motion carried. As per the sessional order, I am now calling tabling of reports under routine proceedings to allow the supplementary information for legislative review 2019-2020 departmental expenditure estimates books to be tabled. The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to table Manitoba Education Training Supplemental Information for Legislative Review 2019-2020 departmental estimates. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to table the supplementary information for legislative review, departmental expenditure estimates report for the fiscal year of 2019-20.
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Go back there. You didn't say justice.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
For the Department of Justice.
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to table the supplementary information for legislative review 2019 2020 departmental estimate expenditure estimates for the Department of Families.
The Honourable Minister for Health, Seniors and Active Living.
I am pleased to table the 2019-2020 supplementary information for legislative review estimate supplement for Manitoba Health, Seniors and Active Living.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise today in the Assembly to table the Manitoba Civil Service Commission's supplementary information for legislative review 2019-20 department expenditure estimates.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise today in the Assembly to table the Manitoba Employee Pensions and Other Costs supplementary information for legislative review 2019-20 department expenditures estimates.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise today in the Assembly to table the Manitoba Enabling Appropriations and Other Appropriations supplementary information for legislative review 2019-20 departmental expenditure estimates.
The Honourable Minister for Sustainable Development.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to table supplementary information for legislative review 1920 departmental expenditure estimates for Manitoba Sustainable Development.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise in the Assembly today to table the Manitoba Department of Agriculture expenditure estimates for 2019-2020.
The Honourable Minister for Sport, Culture and Heritage.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to table the annual report for the supplementary information for legislative review for the Department of Sport, Culture and Heritage for the fiscal year 2019-2020.
The Honourable Minister of Growth, Enterprise and Trade.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to table the Manitoba Growth, Enterprise and Trade supplementary information for legislative review 2019-2020 departmental expenditure estimates.
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to table the Indigenous and Northern Relations supplementary information for legislative review for the 2019-2020 departmental expenditure estimates.
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Relations and Crown Services.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to table the Municipal Relations supplementary information for legislative review for the 1920 departmental expenditure estimates to the Department of Municipal Relations.
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to table the Department of Manitoba Infrastructure's supplementary information for legislative review of the 2019-2020 departmental expenditure estimates. Thank you.
As per the sessional order, I am now calling orders of the day to allow the House to resolve into the Committee of Supply to consider departmental estimates. Mr. Deputy Speaker, please take the chair.
Will the Committee of Supplies please come to order? In accordance with the sessional order recently passed in the House, this section of Committee of Supply will now resume consideration of the estimates for health, senior, and active living. For the Committee's information, these estimates are being reinstated at the same stage they were during the previous legislature when the Committee met on April 23, 2019 for a total of 1 hour and 48 minutes. As previously agreed, discussion of this estimates will proceed in a global manner. I will now ask the ministerial and the opposition staff to enter the chamber. As the staff are getting ready to get themselves settled, I'll ask the minister if he can introduce his staff. The Honourable Minister of Health. The Honourable Minister, if you can introduce your staff. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is my pleasure to invite to the chamber this afternoon Deputy Minister Karen Hurd, Resources and Performance Assistant Deputy Minister and CFO Dan Skwarchuk, and my Special Assistant Nathan Clark.
Okay, thank you, Minister. And does the opposition member, the honourable member for Union Station, do you have? Can you introduce your staff member? In presence here?
Sure. Our staff member is Chris Anderson, and he's one of our policy analysts.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now the floor is open for questions. The honourable member for Union Station.
So first I'd like to express my excitement to being here today and want to congratulate the other members on being some re-elected, some newly elected. It's an honor to be able to be involved in this capacity with all of my colleagues. As some may already be aware, maybe not, I'm a registered psychiatric nurse by profession. I'm also an addiction specialist. I've been working as a psychiatric nurse for over a decade, and my career started actually in acute brain injury, ABI program out at Selkirk Mental Health Center, and shortly thereafter I started practicing in acute adult mental health services and youth addiction stabilization and mental health services. And so, my work as a frontline service worker, as a community organizer as well, has been such that the changes and cuts and a lot of what's going on in healthcare over the last recent months, recent years, has been something that I've seen impact many communities. It's what I've been hearing from a lot of folks in my communities, a lot of folks that I've provided service for as a healthcare professional. Certainly make asking the questions that hopefully we'll be able to get through today very important to get answers to. I've been very fortunate to be able to work in community and in hospital. I have family members who are also healthcare providers, and been working in addictions and mental health in a capacity where we certainly see the urgency of whether or not folks can access healthcare resources in a dignified and adequate time frame is critically important. And so I suppose with that, I'll jump right into asking a question in regards to the vacancy rate. So I'm wondering if the Minister of Health can share with us what the current vacancy rate for the Department of Health is the most current vacancy rate, that is, for the Department of Health.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for Union Station for the question, and I welcome the member and all the new members to the chamber, as well as returning members into this place. This is at least a very interesting day, if not a historic one, where we have actually seen the Committee of Supply hours through a sessional agreement recognized, counted down from that last session, and then starting off where the clock had stopped in the previous session. So we're pleased to be back in the Committee of Supply for the Department of Health, Seniors and Active Living. I thank the member for the question about current vacancy rate. I believe it behooves us to speak about the context for vacancy rate. Certainly, our government has been very open with Manitobans about the need to realign our healthcare system. We are in Manitoba in the middle of a very massive transformation of our healthcare system. Our government has said we inherited a mess from the previous government. Some of the highest per capita spending for healthcare costs in Canada, but some of the worst results in areas like wait times for procedures, wait times to see a physician. And we know that because we have done the research and accepted the evidence and looked at other jurisdictions. This is because in our system, we have a lot of overlap and duplication between entities. Indeed, the Peachy report said that our system was marked by duplication and overlap. The KPMG report said the same thing about Manitoba. One particular expert said, a system of health far too complex for the size of jurisdiction. And we know that Manitobans deserve better. We've said that what they deserve is better health care sooner in this province. And so the goal of this transformation is faster care, better care, regardless where you live in Manitoba. And to that end, the Department of Health is undergoing a transformation of its own. It's a transformation of its role, function, and structure in line with the healthcare transformation blueprint. And in order to accomplish that, this redesign is applying targeted spans and layers to the management structure. I would want to stress that this redesign does not involve job losses, but it does mean a sharpened role for the Department of Health. When we inherited government, we had a system in which regional health authorities were in tandem with the department developing policy and implementing on that basis. We had a system wherein the Department of Health was directly delivering services across the healthcare system. And that may sound like business as usual in Manitoba, but I assure all members that is not business as usual when you compare our healthcare system to other systems across the country. And it would not be good design were an individual starting with a pen and paper and developing a good system. To that end, the goal of this transformation of the department is to align its function to the areas of policy, planning, funding, and oversight. And we are on that path. Since January the 7th of this year, when we kicked off that work, we are 9 months into this work where 4 divisions and 19 branches are created. I would actually indicate for all members in the chamber who have an SILR, the Supplementary Information for Legislative Review, in front of them, that is why in this particular SILR you actually see 2 organizational charts. One on page 10 and one on page 147. It explains how we are realigning the actual areas of responsibility in the department. And you can see a streamlining going on whereby activities and agencies are placed in a more logical way. Oversight is provided, governance is provided, and of course this is significant work. I can provide an update to all members and say that we are now recruiting into the open positions that we have. But as I mentioned, the new design very intentionally shifts the activities of Manitoba Health Seniors and Active Living away from the work of direct service delivery.
The Honourable Minister, time is up. The Honourable Member for Union Station, I have a question.
So over the past few years, we've seen wait times increase. We've seen less frontline service resources. We've seen, and I know this as a frontline service worker and as somebody who's been knocking a lot of doors recently, we've been hearing from many frontline service workers, healthcare aides, nurses, that there are actually less opportunity for them, less hours to be worked, less shifts available. And in fact, we know that nurses have left this province due to working conditions and chaos in their environments. Manitobans deserve to know what the status of staffing looks like in their healthcare facilities, and having a clear understanding of what the current vacancy rate for the Department of Health is critically important for Manitobans, and being able to know why their services are in the chaos that they are. And it's also important for frontline service workers to know why their working conditions continue to be very challenging. It's been described as not manageable by many frontline service workers. So again, I ask the Minister of Health to please provide the current vacancy rate for the Department of Health. And if you don't have that number readily available at this moment, when can we expect that information? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I'm a bit rusty on the game, Mr. Chair. I forgot that the opening statements are 10 minutes, but then the time allotted to members after that is 5 minutes. So I'll endeavor to watch the clock more carefully. I do want to address an inconsistency in the member's question. The member refers to the department and is seeking the vacancy rate, which I'll be happy to provide. But then she talks about, they talk about delivering services. And I want to make clear to the member and to all members that it is exactly this move away from the Department of Health directly delivering services in the desired state, in the end state of these changes. We will have more clearly the regional health authorities and other entities delivering the services, being held accountability for the manner and form and efficacy with which those services are delivered. But the department itself will not deliver services directly. And as I said, the department will be responsible in this end state for policy, for planning, for funding, and for oversight. I can indicate to the member that the current vacancy rate, as I said, as we shift from the organizational chart in the department from page 10 to page 147, is currently at 18%. But I would want all members to bear in mind that there is no direct service delivery in the end state that would be done by the department. Rather, those functions in our system would be entrusted to delivery agencies.
The Honourable Member for Union Stations.
Thank you for providing that number, that 18% vacancy rate for the Department of Health. Can the Minister indicate how that vacancy rate will be, how those vacancies will be filled, and what the plan is in order to see that number dramatically reduced? 18% is quite high. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In answer to the member's question, I want to make clear that this is by no means business as usual. This is a very significant reorganization of the way healthcare is done. It's a move away from the overlap and duplication and confusion under the past. Confusion, duplication, and overlap that the previous government never addressed. They were happy to allow healthcare to churn along with all of its complexities, but of course we know that at the end of the day, the failure to address those inefficiencies in our system was robbing Manitobans. It was robbing Manitobans of access to the system. It was robbing Manitobans of shorter wait times. Manitoba, we know, under the NDP, led the nation many years when it came to ER wait times. And it was an over-complexity that was making us at odds with other jurisdictions who were making progress on this file, because that ability to decomplexify the healthcare system makes it more responsive. Any amount saved as a result is an amount that can be reinvested for a stronger healthcare system that can provide more services, because we have a population that needs those services. We have an aging population, and we have many needs throughout the system. The member asks, how is that process going and when will it be done? I would want to say first, of course, that the process continues in tandem with the rules of how hiring takes place within the Manitoba Civil Service, and that means that positions are posted and there is a notice period and a posting period. When applications are received, there is an adjudication process and a measurement process, and then the awarding of those positions. I can also indicate to the member that this process, of course, is sequential in nature, because when we're flipping back and forth between those two organizational charts in the SILR, you can clearly see how you would begin with the higher levels, and then those individuals hired into those positions would have some say over guiding the processes to populate the open positions in their area. So there's a cascading effect that is happening. But let's be clear about the reasons for this. Right now in Manitoba, under the old state, we have, for instance, the Selkirk Mental Health Center. And Selkirk is a front-line service that has in Manitoba been directly operated by the Department of Health, which is not ideal, and no one would design a system in that way, and accountability becomes confused. And that is why under our system, and it's no secret, we've shared it with Manitobans for some considerable time now, in the end state, Selkirk Mental Health Center will have its home in shared health. In the same way, CADM Lab will have its home in shared health. I remind that member that it was just in the election period weeks ago when the NDP party went out into the hallway and tried to agitate and tried to create fear among Manitobans with an assertion that somehow CADM Lab was being privatized. When had they read any of the documents this last year, they would have understood clearly that the information they were reading had to do exactly with making a new home for CADM Lab in shared health. But imagine then how this process simply results in people identifying a different entity as their employer. Because Selkirk right now, someone would say their employer was the Department of Health. In the end state, Selkirk will be under shared health, and that individual will be transferred and work directly for shared health. In the same manner, people who work for CADM Lab would be working under shared health. I can tell that individual that those changes we're talking about in respect of Selkirk and CADM Lab are expected to occur as 2020 ensues and toward the end of 2020. The result of all these changes, of course, is a simplified organizational structure, better services for Manitobans, clarified roles and responsibilities on the part of the department. Page 15 clearly shows the FTE count at the bottom of the page and the end state for what the department would look like at the end of this considerable process.
The honourable member for Union Station.
Thank you. So I'd just like to bring the minister back to my question, which is addressing the 18% vacancy rate for the Department of Health and how that vacancy rate would be filled. We know that there are currently only 4 positions posted on the Manitoba Government Job Bank for Manitoba Health, seniors and active living. So there are certainly far more vacancies currently available. So again, and I'm very familiar, again, as someone who worked frontline service work for a long time, very familiar with the sequential process in regards to vacancies being filled. I spoke with many frontline service workers who unfortunately were subject to a lot of that process in the chaos that was a result of a lot of these cuts in healthcare. But going back to the question, just so that I can have a clear understanding of exactly what the plan is in order to have that 18% vacancy rate filled, and knowing that there are only 4 positions currently posted, if the minister could please clarify what the plan is to fill that number, which is quite high at 18%, that would be great. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to address first of all the assertion the member has made 3 times already in the last half hour. I know that I know that they are working with the NDP party that has built much of its last time in government on the hypothesis of widespread cuts in our system and widespread chaos. These are the hypotheses of the NDP party. But I would refer that member to page 92 of the annual report of health, which shows that since the time the NDP was last in office, at that point in time, Manitoba Health Services Insurance Plan had a total expenditure of $5.616 billion. And in 2018-19, the year just concluded, the report is now showing a total expenditure of $5.938916 billion. So this is an increase of more than $320 million since this PC government took office a short 3 years and some months ago. So while it may be a hypothesis that the NDP still finds favorable to advance, it increasingly falls on the deaf ears of Manitobans who understand that more money invested into the healthcare system is not less money. It is indeed the $320 million more. So I would want to make that clarification. On the comment about chaos in the system, I too had the opportunity, as did my colleagues, to go to the doors. And we are, as a government, incredibly grateful to the Manitobans who have awarded this government with a historic victory, the 2 largest back-to-back victories of any government in the history of Manitoba. Even Duff Roblin's government did not return with 40 and 36 seats respectively, as we have done. I went to the doors, as did my colleagues, not just in my constituency of Morden Winkler, but I assure that member across Winnipeg in neighborhoods where I helped candidates here to also become reelected. I heard a very different thing at the door than that member is suggesting today. I heard anecdotally from a nurse only 4 days ago who said that she, along with 4 nurse friends, had all come to say that they all voted for a PC government because the changes that are taking place in the healthcare system, in her words, were overdue and having positive effect at this time. So if the member wants to trade anecdotal evidence, I am very happy to do so, because I also spent a lot of time at the doors. And I heard from a lot of people in our system, doctors, nurses, allied health workers, who do not buy what that member is selling today. On the subject of positions posted, yes, positions are currently posted. Of course, we want to delineate between positions in the department and then positions in the regional health authorities. I assure that member, when it comes to positions that we are filling in the regional health authorities and across the province, there are many, including the 80 additional rural EMS positions that we committed to fill. We're very proud about those positions, including 150 new EMS positions rurally that have been added. When it comes to nurses, we have committed to hiring more nurses, and indeed the hiring of nurses continues in our system. As a matter of fact, I would point that member to the fact of a net increase of 201 new nurses in just the WRHA in just the past year alone. Again, it was only a few short weeks ago that the NDP was obfuscating and trying to re-represent those numbers as something of a cut until they were actually chastised for their treatment of the data. And Manitobans were informed, in fact, that up is not down, and that there were more nurses working in Manitoba now than before. I can tell that member as well that when it comes to the how, because the member's inquiring as to how these positions will be filled, by program area. So projects are put in place, and then by program area, that move is made to finalize position descriptions, to receive the appropriate classification assignment for each of those positions, and then the contesting of
the honourable member for Union Station.
Thank you. Still not getting a clear response on how that 18% vacancy rate will be filled. We're still hearing from frontline service workers, including nurses, that they are understaffed, working overtime, resources stretched. It's affecting individuals, families, communities wanting to access resources in healthcare in Manitoba. But back to the 18% vacancy rate of the Department of Health, the minister has indicated that, and we all know we're in a transition period and moving toward shared health services, and I'm wondering if the minister could provide the expected percentage of these vacancy rates that, or will this percentage of vacancy rate for the Department of Health, as it transitions over, will it exist when it is fully amalgamated into shared health? That question. So what percentage of that 18% after the transitionary period, what percentage of those vacancies, if any, will exist after that period is complete?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair. I can recall from my time when I was still Minister of Finance and the Minister responsible for the Civil Service Commission, that even at the outset in 2016, it was referred to publicly on a regular basis that at any time in the civil service across the spans and layers of government, that the historical vacancy rate in a steady state sits at around 8%. And 8% reflects the size of the actual workforce and the fact that there is always that flux, that there is churn within a workforce. And that churn is owing to factors like people leaving for other positions, people retiring after a lifetime of service, people perhaps moving to a different level of government to serve in the civil service. There's many reasons for which people come and people depart from employment. So the short answer to the member's question would be that we would expect that we would be fully staffed at the end of this very significant reorganization of the Department of Health, Seniors and Active Living. Fully staffed would be our goal. I would never commit to be to 0% because that simply wouldn't be realistic. There isn't a workforce, whether you go across the street to Great West Life or down the street to New Flyer Industries or across the city to Versatile Industries. You won't find a workplace with 0%, otherwise we wouldn't need human resource officers and we wouldn't need that expertise that we do have. People move and people seek new challenges and new opportunities. I say that in order to say that during this reorganization, people within health are doing exactly this, that this also is an opportunity for people to reinvent themselves in the system. There are, on an accelerated basis, positions being advertised. And people are able to say within the Department of Health, so I've worked in health, look at this position that's just become vacant here. I want to apply for that position. And that's a very important part of all of this. Our goal is reorganization. Our goal is to be fully staffed. Now, I do want to clarify for that member because at times she oscillated between asking a question about the department and then asking about frontline services in the regional health authorities. And I do not want the opposition to conflate these two things. If the member is talking about nurses, the member is welcome to ask questions about that category. But the member was asking specifically about the department's reorganization, and I want to be clear the answers that I'm providing now are in regard to the department's own reorganization, and I can name those categories being transition, population health, policy and accountability, resources and performance, and insurance, under, of course, the Deputy Minister with the Chief Provincial Public Health Officer, of course, outside of that. And all of that information is available in the SILR on page 147.
The Honourable Member for Union Station.
Thank you for that. I thank the Minister for that response. I think we've established that 18% is very high. And I'd like to ask the Minister a question specifically in regards to the vacancy rate overall for the WRHA. If the Minister could please provide the most current vacancy rate overall. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
We don't have at the table this afternoon a comprehensive global numbers respective of the combined RHAs. It is something we could endeavor to get for the member if they would like to have that number. It was under understanding that we were going to be discussing transformation today, but if there's a desire to have a global number respective of the regional health authorities in respect of current workforce and vacancy numbers, it can be provided.
The Honourable Member for Union Station.
So I'm just specifically, as I've mentioned, looking for the overall vacancy rate for the specific to the WRHA.
The Honourable Member for Union Station. Sorry, your mic was already off, so I have to
Okay,
call you
sure.
back again. The Honourable Member for Union Station.
Just specific to the WRHA, the overall vacancy rate, please.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank the member for the question. Again, we can endeavor to get that information for the member. We do not, while we have considerable resources available to us here at the table and considerable human resource capacity, we do not have a global number for the WRHA, but we can commit to get that number.
The Honourable Member for Union Station.
Thank you. So if we could have that information tomorrow, and if we could also actually request the vacancy rates, most recent vacancy rates at the emergency rooms of HSC, St. Boniface, Grace, and the overall vacancy rates as well at Concordia, Seven Oaks, and Victoria.
The Honourable Member for Union Station.
Thank you. The minister, if the minister could provide the most recent quarter, the minister might have available how much overtime the nurses in the WRHA are working, and can the minister provide that information? Actually, I'll leave it there. Yeah, if the minister, clarify. can provide the most recent information on how much overtime the nurses in the WRHA are working, please.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I thank the member for the question. I want to provide some context for this line of questioning, and the context is this, that we are in the middle of very large-scale changes within our healthcare system. Changes, as I said before, are designed to coordinate our system better, to make it more consistent. To that end, we know that we are doing things like standardizing the way nurses work. on ward and within the system. We had a very siloed system previously, and now a much more coordinated system throughout. And that's all part of that Healing Our Health system plan that we launched in 2017. New nurse staffing models, new nurse rotations introduced throughout the system. That has meant some complex changes to accommodate both our labor agreements, because we must be consistent with our obligations under labor agreements, and that has meant changes. And we thank all the people who have worked in our system as these changes have taken place. I would also want to indicate that the move to new nurse staffing rotations at Seven Oaks just weeks ago, and the adjustments to emergency department schedules at St. Boniface that are upcoming now, really mark the end of those wide-scale changes and internal movements within the healthcare system. And that means that what our focus is on a go-forward basis is the stabilization of the system, is that ability to, where there are vacancies, to recruit into those vacancies. And it has been our observation, the observation of nurses and of administrators and even labor, that this process takes some time. There are obligations we have that the member knows about as well. They mentioned the fact earlier on about minimum posting periods and the ability of nurses to bump or to indicate that they want to be considered for certain positions because of their seniority within the system. We respect all of that. We must work with labor. And by the same token, we are trying to find ways to use creativity and to collaborate well with all the partners, because nurses want to work. We often say on this side that nurses want to work in a system that works. A system that works for themselves and for their patients. And we are confident that the changes we're bringing, this alignment in our systems, will actually have an ameliorating effect on the overall system. The member asked as well to provide global numbers of vacancies for the emergency departments in HSC, St. Boniface, Grace, Concordia, Victoria, Misericordia. We will endeavor to get that information back to them, and also overtime for nurses at the WRHA. Will endeavor to get that information back.
The honour member for Union Station.
Okay, thank you. I will table that question again then tomorrow in the hopes that we'll have a clear response from the minister on how much overtime nurses in the WRHA are working. We know that they're working a lot of overtime. We know that nurses have reported that their confidence and morale is declining and low, and that nurses in our WRHA are stretched beyond their capacity. We know this because nurses have shared their concerns quite openly in the hopes that they will not be stretched beyond capacity, and that they will have the ability to provide the care that they know all Manitobans deserve, and that currently some nurses have expressed they don't have the resources to provide. So I'd like to go back, if the minister could please clarify, and I'm going back to my earlier question regarding the 18% vacancy rate in the Department of Health. If the minister could please provide a breakdown per division on that vacancy, at 18% vacancy rate, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to preamble my comments by saying that while the member is making comments about overtime, and this government cares about the overtime that nurses work, I would want to be clear on the record that in January of 2016, just before our government took office, the wait time, or the monthly overtime within the WRHA was 38,102 hours under the NDP. I would want to secondarily indicate that in the time since, the nurse overtime has not exceeded that level that we inherited by the NDP. Keep in mind, everyone, that was in a state in which the NDP was not attending to any effort to improve the system, to align the system, to make it more efficient, to make it more consistent from workplace to workplace to workplace. That was simply a monthly stat under the NDP, 38,102 hours of overtime in January of 2016. That was the comment that I know I heard at the doors again and again. And I know that colleagues of mine attested to later that at the door, when they would engage an individual in the healthcare system, and it's a good exercise to go to the doors and listen to the people who work in the system. Oftentimes, people would say to us, "I work in the healthcare system," and then a candidate would engage the individual and ask them more. Where do you work? How long have you worked? And oftentimes people would remark about the changes taking place in the system. And oftentimes the candidate would thank them for the service and their patience as we're stabilizing the system. But often the next comment by an individual who worked in the healthcare system said, "It's been challenging for a long, long time in the healthcare system. It's been challenging for a long, long time." And so it is that we say very clearly, there was not a golden age in which somehow things were not challenging. I think that that member would have to admit today that an NDP nurse overtime statistic of 38,102 hours in a single month recorded in January of 2016 is a very significant hurdle. One that we are determined as a government to address and drive down. You only do that by system reorganization. And so I just want to make that comment on the record. In response to the member's question about the breakdown in the Department of Health, which again, I underscore, is not frontline services. This is not the regional health authorities. This is the Department of Health that will be responsible in future state for policy, for budgeting, for finance, for holding groups accountable. Those FTE vacancies in 21.1 resources and performance, 25.5. In 21.2 policy and accountability, 22.30. In 21.3 insurance, 36.8. In 21.4 population health, 35.2. And in transition, 21.5, that would be 10.1. So 129 FTE, not counting soccer. So this right here is total health.
Excuse, the mic is still on for the minister. The honourable member for Union Station, are you ready for a question yet?
No, he's not done. Are you done? Is the minister done?
Yeah, he's done.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
The honourable member for Union Station.
Thank you for that, for those numbers, for those statistics on the divisions. Again, I'll go back to speaking about the overtime. I do find it interesting that the minister is able to provide January 2016 overtime averages, but is unable to provide the average or current overtime rates, but it's fine. So in speaking to the current state of what the nurses are experiencing and as a result of this health transformation. We know that Dr. Peachy's progress report released earlier this year has found, as I mentioned, that the confidence and morale is declining among Winnipeg nurses as a result of this health transformation. We know that nurses are saying for themselves, a number of nurses are reporting that they're stretched beyond their capacity. They're working mandated overtime that is not allowing them to provide the level of health care and service that they know their patients deserve. In fact, nurses are calling some working situations unsafe. Dr. Peachy recommended that a pause was needed on phase 2 of these changes in health transformation, and it was stated that the pause would be for 6 months. So my question for the minister is this being followed? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank the member for the question about the quality assurance review by Dr. David Peachy. Just to remind all members in the Assembly, we had undertaken to invite Dr. Peachy back to jurisdiction. I was asked publicly why that decision was undertaken. I say it was the right thing to do because the time was right for a re-examination of where the system was at. We felt like having the original author of that provincial clinical and preventative services plan for Manitoba to come back was the appropriate thing to do. And I will say at a high level, the report that Dr. David Peachy gave, while it was unvarnished in its honesty, it was essentially saying the following. I don't think Dr. Peachy would mind me paraphrasing this way. He said, upon further examination, the plan for the transformation of the Manitoba healthcare system was the right plan. He also indicated that at the current time, that snapshot he took, that while it was the right plan, the execution was in trouble, that it was running into troubles in terms of being able to clearly communicate and move towards the clear implementation and transition in certain areas. We accepted that observation of the system. I can tell this member and all members that we received that report and went straight to work. And I can tell that member that behind the scenes, there was tremendous effort made at that time to attend to the governance weaknesses in that healthcare transformation set of activities. And I can tell you that the system is greatly improved. That people in the system who are working at that high administrative level say the sharing of information is better, the timeliness of information is better, the reporting of actions that need to go better up the chain is better. As a matter of fact, as one example, I can say to all members here that at first, there was information sequentially delivered. We found a way to put site leadership at the same table as the WRHA and Shared Health and deliver that information all at the same time. I would also say that Dr. Peachy made the comment and the observation that Shared Health needed to have a bigger role when it came to guiding those processes. I can tell that member that indeed now is the case, that Shared Health is taking a bigger role when it comes to these planned changes, the careful preparation of those changes, and the execution of those changes. Here's what else David Peachy said when he came back to the jurisdiction. He said that the government's plan has already seen significant successes in a number of areas, and we don't get to talk about this enough, including emergency wait times, historic lows in waits for personal care home placement in Winnipeg. We've almost eliminated the wait times for placement in PCH, wait times that under the NDP stayed stubbornly high. But also he cited areas like mental health, surgery, Indigenous health, all that were showing signs of marked improvement in the system. He also said at this time that the consolidation of clinical services in a manner done in other cities of comparable sizes as Winnipeg was showing that there was improvement. We know that for years in Manitoba we had a complex system that got inferior results. That's the reason why we're changing our system. It's also the reason that we invited David Peachy back, because if something wasn't going right, we wanted to know about it. And I want to leave all members with this understanding that David Peachy said that the plan that we were undertaking for the improvement of health services in Manitoba was the right plan. I imagine that is the reason why the NDP former government hired Dr. David Peachy. We should not lose sight of the fact that it was an NDP government that gave the sole source contract to David Peachy back in 2015.
The honourable member for Union Station.
Thank you to the minister for all of that information. It didn't specifically address my question, but I'll move on from that. And I guess I'd like some clarification, if the minister wouldn't mind, in regards to the pause that was recommended by Dr. Peachy. And again, the pause was recommended because it was clearly identified that the changes that were being implemented in health transformation were rushed, and that they were causing a tremendous amount of disruption to frontline service providers being able to do their jobs in a manner that provided best care to individuals and families wanting to access healthcare services. And as I've mentioned before, we can't understate the fact that healthcare providers and frontline service workers expressing that is something that everyone needs to take very, very seriously in terms of how these transformations get implemented. And so I suppose I'd like some clarification, if the minister could please provide, in regards to this pause that was stated would be for 6 months. It's still not clear on it whether or not it's being followed, but if the minister could please indicate when the pause actually took place, that would be great. So specifically, the pause that Dr. Peachy recommended was needed in order to stop the chaos that's taking place in the healthcare transformation. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Rejecting the member's conjecture once again with the use of the term chaos. Chaos might describe better the former NDP's healthcare system. KPMG, others, the Peachy report essentially spoke about the chaos of a system that had not evolved over time. As a matter of fact, there was an editorial in a Winnipeg newspaper no more than about 3 weeks ago that talked about the failure of our healthcare system to evolve for years and years and years. It's actually a good piece, and perhaps we'll try to retrieve it to submit certain parts of it for discussion in these proceedings, because it's helpful to understand why it was that all other jurisdictions in Canada proceeded with more courage and conviction and timeliness before the NDP in this province to change their systems, to align their systems, understanding that the delivery of healthcare system was changing dramatically because of things like the aging population, because of the place of pharmacy in our system, because of technology, and because of the challenge of delivering services over large expanses and large geographies, as we have the case here in Manitoba. Certainly we are not unique in that way, but they are challenges to be dealt with. The NDP did not deal with those challenges, and so we did inherit a system that many might characterize as chaos. So I submit to the member, chaos may well describe instead the state of the system under the former NDP. Certainly the most expensive system in Canada, or one of the most, and yet one of the most ineffective in terms of driving down wait times. To the member's point about pause, if the member has read that quality assurance report by David Peachy, and I would assume she has, she would understand that pause was never to be conflated with stop. It was never the intention of the author of that report that the planned changes would stop. Indeed, the author of that quality assurance report said it is the right plan for Manitoba at this time, and what was needed is that time to pause. Why? A number of specific things were pointed out. One was the need to do a better job of assembling the governance over this project. I can report to that member and all members, we did that. We paused in order to reconstitute our governance structures. We found a way to align much better, like I said when I referred to the fact that we found a way to put clinical and system leaders right at the same table as those planning for the actual architectural changes that would see better alignment in our system. But once we had paused and accomplished that goal, we resumed. Another pause that David Peachy talked about was a need to come to a more clearer system-wide understanding on the concept of subacute care. We paused until we could speak with more consistency across the system about what was meant by the role intended for community hospitals in respect of subacute care. I can tell that member that even in the space of the last 8 to 12 weeks, there is a better understanding of what that subacute role looks like. And I'm encouraged by the amount of learning that has taken place within our system as a result of that. But clearly, again, in this case, we paused in order to do the thing that the evidence was pointing to the need to fix. Once we had fixed the thing identified, we were able to resume. And I will underscore again, the intention of Dr. Peachy in the QA, the quality assurance report, when he said pause, was never a hard stop. He indicated again and again, this was the right plan for Manitoba to modernize our healthcare system, to finally get a hold of the better results and the shorter wait times and the more consistency from hospital to hospital and more assurance by people, the public, that would know where to go in a time of healthcare trouble, emergency or acute need for healthcare or an emergent need for healthcare. And those things are being done now because of the fact that we have paid close attention to the opinions expressed by Peachy in the review.
The honourable member for Union Station.
If the minister could just clarify specifically when the pause was lifted, when did the transformation resume? That's still a little murky for me, so if the minister could please clarify that specifically when that timeline was resumed, please. Thank you.
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, to be clear, again, I want to reinforce that there was never a general top-down pause on the transformation of the healthcare system, but there was, in accordance with the recommendation made by Dr. Peachy, in areas of that transformation that were identified as needing further work, areas that were falling short of the goals. In those areas, there was indeed a pause. I mentioned the pause on a system-wide understanding of the idea of subacute provision of care. Certainly the pause when it came to re-examining our governance structures, which led to a reformed advisory committee or group that was centrally responsible for meeting, for planning changes, for identifying challenges along the way, and then for re-examining the effectiveness of those changes as they are implemented. And also, of course, for the area of Dr. Peachy's recommendation that shared health take a more direct role in these planned changes. And to that end, I can tell you that the nurse lead in shared health now works very closely with the nurse leader at the WRHA. Those are all evidences of the way the government did indeed pause on transformation in order to repair that which needed repair and then proceed on from there. But certainly in terms of the overall, Dr. Peachy said very clearly in this same review that Indigenous health, surgery, mental health and addictions, personal care home placement, and other areas were all going not just according to plan, but showing real demonstrable improvement in the system. And surely the member would not suggest that those areas should have been paused that were outperforming against benchmark. No, we would want to encourage those involved with areas of the transformation going well to continue to get those better results that they were seeing. I would say the following, though. Of course, the overall plan called for the transition of certain emergency departments to urgent care centers. Dr. Peachy's quality assurance review, of course, very importantly, called for an urgent care center to be located at Concordia Hospital, where previously a walk-in connected care model was contemplated. Now, this was a more robust provision of care, and I am reflecting now, I believe it would have been consistent with Dr. Peachy's original recommendation in the original report given to the previous government. So in that case, we did continue with those planned changes according to the overall plan, according to the advice given in the quality assurance review. However, as we've continued to see that new role for community hospitals, as we've continued to see that staff is coalescing around these new models, the urgent care model. I could also indicate to the member that there is a lot of work going on to stabilize the system. And that is something that Dr. Peachy talked about, the need to stabilize the system and not have it to proceed so quickly that it would cause destabilization. And I can say to that member, that is being observed by the new government structures. A very good sharing of information back and forth between the chief medical officers, between the COOs for their various community hospitals, this ongoing commitment to measure as we move, a continuous monitoring of the performance of the system. And it is working. I can tell you that where similar changes went on in Victoria Hospital, we know that since the time of those changes, wait times have decreased 47% since the Healing Our Healthcare System was announced. And that is even while activities and volume has increased 30%. Volumes up 30%. Wait times at the Victoria EDUC down 47%. Now, by anyone's definition, that is indication of system performance and system improvement, getting better health care sooner for all Manitobans.
Member for Union Station.
Thank you. So what I will say in regards to wait times is that we know since emergency rooms, since the minister's government started closing emergency rooms, we know that the wait times have gone up. Wait times continue to increase. The level of access to emergency room resources that folks are able to access are declining. And again, we know that frontline service workers are sounding the alarms in regards to what's going on with wait times in emergency rooms and resources that are available to folks in healthcare. It is concerning that I can't seem to get a really clear indication of when the pause was started and when it resumed, but that's fine. I have a specific question in regards to section A3 in page 72 of Dr. Peachy's progress report. It was released in June, and it was noted that the data compendium would be provided, and I quote, "The underpinning data for this assessment provided in a compendium as a companion document." I'm wondering if the minister can please indicate where this companion document is currently. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm waiting on information right now to answer the member's question, but I can answer a partial part of that member's question while we're waiting for the arrival of that information. The member made the assertion that wait times continue to go up. I'm referring to a chart that shows wait times in the current operating year. Showing a wait time in the month of February, approximately 2.17 hours. These are median hours wait time at emergency department and urgent care. Now, the first observation I would like to make is that this 2.17 wait time is lower than the NDP's wait time in 2014-2015. It is also lower than the NDP's same measured median hour wait time in 2015-2016. Our wait times in the first year of government were lower than the NDP's. Our wait times in the second year of government were lower than the NDP's. And our wait time in the third year of government were lower than the NDP's. The point I'm making, Mr. Chair, is that if measured annually by peak monthly median wait times, our numbers are falling from the NDP. However, I'll go further, because starting in February, the wait times across the WRHA emergency rooms and urgent care times fell from February to March. Then the wait times fell from March to April. Then the wait times fell from April to May. The wait times fell from May to June. The wait times fell from June to July. Mr. Chair, it's becoming quite obvious that it will be very difficult for that member to argue either on an annual basis or on a rolling basis that somehow things are getting worse. Unless she's holding the chart upside down, I assure her, these charts are showing over time that wait times are improving. Now, we know that these wait times bounce around, and we know there will be another flu season starting up this fall and winter. It happens. And I know that the Leader of the Opposition gleefully seized on small incremental changes in the data when it suited his purposes. And he was so quiet the moment those numbers turned around, as they invariably do. What really should concern all of us at a high level as we both observe and guide these system changes is the direction, is the overall direction measured in a scientific way. And I can say with confidence that wait times are falling when measured in that way, shape, and form. Small changes month over month, to be sure, but still times in a PC government have never been as high as they were in the last 2 years of the NDP's government. In conjunction with that, the member asks a question about the data compendium that was part of the Peachy report, and I can look into that answer for her more fully. However, I would say this, to be very clear. We were completely transparent with Manitobans, stood in the hallway, took responsibility for the transformation, and this was probably, I'm thinking, around March, and stated on the very first day that Dr. Peachy would be coming back to do a quality assurance exercise. At that time, the government indicated how long it would take for such an exercise to be conducted. We also committed that we'd be completely transparent with the release of that report. And I can say that his work was undertaken, that the report was returned. We went into the hall. Many people would even scratch their head and wonder why we were so transparent when there were some pretty bumpy things that were said in that report. One of the very first assertions made against our government was made by the Manitoba Nurses Union that said this report would be absolutely of no value because it wouldn't involve nurses. Well, I think their heads spun when they found out that the very first, or one of the very first meetings had by Dr. Peachy was with an entire group of nurses. We published the whole thing. We have remained accountable for the recommendations. We have made progress, and all Manitobans benefit from the fact that we undertook that review. Healthcare in Manitoba is getting better, and it's getting better for all Manitobans.
The honourable member for Union Station.
The progress report, Dr. Peachy's progress report, stated that it is entirely predictable that the quality of nursing care to patients is and will be compromised. We know that this government rushed in cutting healthcare services, rushed in making changes in the healthcare transformation that has caused a tremendous amount of stress for frontline service workers, a tremendous amount of stress for families and individuals wanting to access healthcare resources, including in emergency rooms. The minister just mentioned that flu season is approaching. We all know that flu season can be very, very challenging for a number of populations, including the very young and also senior populations, and that this can also be very taxing on the system. So my question to the minister is, given that we know in Dr. Peachy's report that the challenges in the healthcare system and the quality of nursing to patients would be compromised based on the rushed nature of the health transformation, how is the minister preparing for flu season? How is the minister preparing for what will be issues arising in the healthcare system that will put additional stress on an already stressed healthcare services and system? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, rejecting the preamble offered by the member that somehow care across the system is compromised. If that member is suggesting that somehow this year should buck the normal trend that all doctors and nurses and system analysts would point to every single season tipping into a fall-winter season that would see a increase in activities and volumes in our emergency and urgent care wards, let them say so. But to be clear, this is why we do trend analysis. This is why we analyze statistics. This is why we actually review the data in order that we can make good decisions about what we know to be natural times of activity and increased activity in the system. The member has asked what we are doing to prepare in the system. I want to reread for that member the second recommendation of that quality assurance report by Dr. Peachy. It says it is recommended that the current bed mapping be reviewed at the hospital sites as an interim measure and be reestablished according to the regional risk assessment. I can indicate that that work has gone on. It was the recommendation of Dr. Peachy to actually create this new advisory team that would locate site leadership along with the architects of the system transformation. That shared table has resulted, for instance, in the recommendation that we're putting into place to add system beds. There are 42 beds coming online at HSC, St. Boniface, Grace, Concordia. These beds are being staffed as they are coming online in the system. It was a joint recommendation of the exact advisory team that Dr. Peachy called for the creation of. It is an excellent, it's an excellent example of how these changes that we've brought about as a result of that QA examination into our system is getting better results. So the member asks, what is being done to prepare for a busy fall and winter season? I would say to them, system beds coming online that did not exist within the system before, but more than that, on the basis of the evidence, on the basis of the data, pointing to the trends about where we think those volumes will be seen. Understanding that there will be different behavior by patients with these new urgent cares as they take their proper place across our healthcare system in the WRHA during these phase 1 changes that are currently underway.
The Honourable Member for Union Station.
The minister has indicated that there will be further beds created to meet the needs of folks seeking healthcare services, especially going into flu season. Given that there are frontline service staffing shortages and that there are the nursing frontline service providers rather are already stretched and have indicated as such, can the minister identify how they plan on staffing all of the resources they're saying will be developed in terms of beds? Where is that staffing? What is the strategy in order to make sure that staffing levels are adequate in order to service these beds that will be developed? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Our government is committed through the WRHA and the hard work going on at Shared Health to staff those beds. The members should understand that throughout our system, beds would have been opened during flu season at hospitals in the past, but they would have been done in a more ad hoc and disjointed way. Beds would have been added, and there would have been a scramble to allocate resources to those beds. So I understand why they're asking that question about how these beds are going to function. So all members can take consolation in the fact that this is being done in a planned and coordinated way in exactly the manner as David Peachy described when he gave that recommendation that throughout the system we should be focused on those hospital operations and understanding the challenges at those particular sites. It's because of this that we have the confidence that those positions will be hired. Not just beds opening in a knee-jerk way, in an ad hoc way by the WRHA, but again, think back to one of those key recommendations by David Peachy in that quality assurance review. He said that the Shared Health should take a more central role in planning with the WRHA for these system improvements. I would assure all members that that work is being done. Oh, thank you.
The Honourable Member for Union Station.
Mr. Chair, I'm wondering if this would be an opportunity to take a few minutes break, if that would be permissible.
Is it will of the committee to take a few minutes breaks for, yeah, okay. What is the will of the committee to having minutes? 3 minutes? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Okay, is it agreed? So 10 minutes. Good, I was going to take a break anyways.
Will the Committee of Supply please come to order? The member for Union Station.
Them again.
The member for Union Station.
Okay, thank you. So my question for the minister is in regards to section 21.4, specifically the Division for Active Living, Indigenous Relations, Population, and Public Health, the Department of Health. Last year there was a vacancy rate in that division of 14%. This year we're seeing a vacancy rate of 35%. It's approximately 90 vacancies within that division. And if we're looking at the aspect that is population and public health, what we're seeing is that would mean the folks addressing issues in public health, like STIs, for example. There's a tremendous amount of vacancies there. We're seeing an increase in STIs and concerns around transmission of STIs in our city. We're seeing those numbers increase in a way that is really challenging public health. It is extremely concerning when you look at the issues surrounding issues around mental health and addictions and other health-related issues. And so my question for the minister is, why the increase in from 14 to 35% since last year is quite the increase in vacancy in that division, and what is the minister's plan to address this? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
I'm looking for a clarification from the member so that we can endeavor to answer the member's question accurately. Where in the SILR they're pulling that number that's indicating the level of vacancy as they've described it. So I'm just looking for that clarification. In the meantime, though, I would say the following, that in pages 67, 68, and 69, where the member was citing the kinds of activities that this area undertakes, and of course those are the responsibilities that they have, they were indicating that somehow this change in the level of staff would impact at the community level how these activities were taking place. But again, this belies a failure to understand that the department does not directly deliver the services. So the services that that member is referring to would be delivered by public health employees who are employed by regional health authorities who are delivering those services in an urban capacity, in a rural capacity. But those individuals who undertake to provide the services that they named would not be individuals employed by the department in the area of active living, population, and public health. I want to make that delineation and then seeking from them that clarification about this change in FTE level.
How'd I do?
Sorry, the Honourable Member for Union Station.
Thank you. Okay. So to the Minister's comment, what we're talking about are those who would be responsible for providing the coordination of these efforts to address what's going on in communities in regards to sexually transmitted and bloodborne infections and strategies. So I think that it's important to recognize that those positions are critical in ensuring that folks are able to access the resources and services they need to address these issues, and that who is providing funding and an oversight to regional health authorities, the department making the coordinating efforts and the decisions in order to make sure that these needs are being addressed is critically important to these issues that we're seeing increasing on a ground level. So I'd also like to, so I'll go back to that and ask the minister, and maybe I've missed it, the minister may have addressed it at the beginning of his point, but my question in regards to that vacancy rate, that 35%, if the minister could please clarify how that will be addressed. And again, if I missed that in the beginning of his response, I apologize, but I don't think that I did. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
I thank the member for the question. I'm endeavoring to understand where the data is being cited in the records. If the member could indicate where they are seeing a 35% change in staffing levels in the area of active living, population, and public health, I'm asking for that clarification. There might be a need to clarify. Information may have been misinterpreted when I provided it.
The Honourable Member for Union Station.
Thank you. So to clarify, in last year's proceedings, the previous minister had indicated that it was at 14%. Now it's indicated that it's 35%, which is a dramatic increase in a vacancy rate. It is more than double, and that is, I think, certainly worthy of a clear response in regards to how that has occurred. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
So, as I suspected, the member is confusing some data. I had earlier this afternoon provided as the number of the FTE number in this area of operation at 35. So 35 is the full-time equivalent in the area of active living population and public health. That is 35 FTE in this area.
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas.
Which Deputy Speaker. So could the minister, the Premier rolled out a plan, a 100-day plan. Nowhere in there did he make reference to how he's going to address the meth crisis that is happening here in our city, that is not only, taken lives, but it's also put communities at risk. Families are left without any supports. Healthcare providers at the hospital have no idea what to do when people are coming in that are on methamphetamines. The police have talked about having to drive around for up to 8 hours with someone in psychosis in the back of their car because they have nowhere to take them. Main Street Project has talked about not having the infrastructure to be able to deal with someone who is in psychosis. They've also talked about having a plan on the minister and the Premier's desk for over a year now that would address the meth crisis and would open up some beds to people who are wanting to get addictions treatment, methamphetamine treatment, but also would provide some supports to families who are seeing their loved ones as young as 12 years old become addicted to meth. So I want to ask the minister, what is his plan to address the methamphetamine crisis here in Manitoba? If it wasn't included in the 100-day plan, when do they plan to address it, and what is their plan?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
I thank the member for the question. As a matter of fact, our party was the only party to talk in the election about a comprehensive suite of investments based on the evidence, based on the Virgo report, based on the work of the Illicit Drugs Task Force, the nation's first municipal, provincial, and federal co-working group to grapple with the very significant challenge and scourge of the increase of drug use in our community, including that of methamphetamines. We were the only party to comprehensively unveil our strategy. We did so in August. We were at the Behavioral Health Institute. I believe the member for Radisson was there that day. And it was our Safer Streets, Safer Lives action plan, based, as I said, on the Virgo report, the Illicit Drug Task Force, and even the Community Wellness and Public Safety Alliance report. In respect of the investments for mental health and addictions, these include a new acute medical sobering facility, the first of its kind in this jurisdiction, staffed with mental health and other health professionals that would be able to treat between 20 and 30 patients at a time. I heard on CJOB just 5 days ago an interview with an expert in the field who said this is desperately needed. That Main Street project, of course, for all the good work that is done there, doesn't have the capacity or the mandate or the framework to be able to detain or safely hold anyone for longer than an evening. Now, I have toured the Main Street project. I've had a chance to meet with the leadership, the board, and the executive director there, and we know the good work they do. But clearly something more is needed on the landscape. This response to methamphetamines. As a matter of fact, this expert who was cited just days ago in the provincial media was expressing the fact that especially with meth, where a longer duration is needed in order to help that individual stabilize so that they can, in a clear-minded way, make good decisions about potential next steps for their treatment, for their stabilization, for the need for additional interventions. That we cannot do when we're giving someone a bus pass and sending them out the door from the Main Street project after just 12 hours. But in addition to that, we've talked about the need for recovery and drop-in centers, safe spaces for people to go, appropriate places for them to go. And I'm thinking back specifically right now to the Alliance report that talked about exactly this kind of place, a flex place, more than just a drop-in center, somewhere with people, where people with expertise can interact intervene, come alongside, ask questions about where they're at, provide medicine, provide clean supplies, and to help that person make next steps. In addition to that, we announced that same day the enhancement of our flexible length withdrawal services in Winnipeg and in Brandon. And these flex length services are tailored to methamphetamine addiction, because currently in the system now, we mandatorily release from treatment anyone after 28 days. And what is desperately needed is that flexible ability to determine that a person should stay longer, that they are not at the place where they should be released. In addition to this, we announced the expansion of RAM, not just the operating hours for RAM, but also for a new RAM clinic for Southern Health Santé Sud. We also announced our intention to build more supportive recovery housing units. I'm thinking back now just a number of months ago to a visit to Manitoba by a parliamentary committee on social services. They visited Moorburg House at the time. I believe it was the executive director of Moorburg House who said, "You can save your study. We know what we need right now, and it is housing supports." And we're bringing those housing supports. Also, though, in addition to this, anti-drug youth initiatives such as our expanded street outreach programs, there's a suite of investments that we need to connect the dots. Because what is it that Virgo said? That for years and years under the NDP, what we had in Manitoba was disjointed, it was disconnected, and people fell between the cracks. These meaningful investments will ensure that people don't fall through the cracks.
For Point Douglas.
Miigwech, Deputy Speaker. So the minister talked about Moorburg House. He talked about federal, ministers coming to visit Manitoba. I wonder if you can talk about how much money the provincial government is committed to spending on these very beds to make sure that people who are wanting to exit addictions, that need long-term treatment beds, tell us how much money the government is willing to put into making sure that those beds are accessible to Manitobans.
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for the question, and I can tell that I must have been compelling in my argument on the first question, because she seems to have no further questions about our Safer Streets, Safer Lives action plan. So I'll take that as a tacit and wholehearted endorsement of the government's approach on that. Look, we all know that grappling with mental health and addictions and the challenges we're seeing is very, very real. It's very significant. I did a ride along with the Winnipeg Police Services just recently. I know that others in this chamber have done the same. It's important learning that I believe we as members of the Assembly must make. We have had an opportunity to walk with the Bear Clan and other community-based organizations as they deliver services really on the front line in our neighborhoods, on our streets right here in Winnipeg. And we all know that the need to make these investments is compelling. When I talk to ministers of health and ministers of mental health and addictions in other jurisdictions, I constantly ask them, if you've got a very significant and and a meaningful way for us to immediately address what we are seeing in Manitoba, please don't hesitate to share it. And I'm always met with the same response, which is, in whatever jurisdiction you are in, these are complex matters where governments need to be at the table and governments need to be meaningfully engaged, and our government is doing that work. To the member's question about investments, there are a lot of investments we're making. I mean, I could indicate that we reserved in the 2018-19 budget $20 million because of the fact that we signed that addictions and mental health bilateral agreement with the federal government. And it was exactly the holding out that Manitoba did for a fairer and better negotiated settlement that we were able to do things like our flexible withdrawal management beds, because the federal government said over and over that they saw in the larger centers like Vancouver and Toronto and Montreal a focus on opioids. And we had continued to insist with the federal government that they had to acknowledge that opioid investment monies had to be reprofiled to accommodate what we were seeing on the prairies. And I'm happy to say that because of our advocacy, we got that admission from the federal government, and we got that ability to reprofile those investments in a way that made sense for Manitoba. $1 million was the initial amount that we gave to addressing mental health services in community for children and youth through our Bell Let's Talk investment with the Strongest Families Institute. If we had more time, and I'd invite the member to ask more questions about this, I could talk about what we've learned about the necessity to intervene early. We know that in mental health and addictions, wait lists are the bane of people's existence. And while we wait, conditions continue to become more severe. A mental health indication becomes more galvanized. And in this way, with these investments, we're reaching hundreds of families, 700 families in the first year alone, in a telephone and video-based format where they are connected to professionals, where they can intervene early. This has been very effective across Canada. We're very happy to be bringing this investment here to help mental health services for children and youth. $7 million was the amount of money we invested toward the 75-bed mental health unit at Victoria Hospital for the consolidation, for the renovation, for bringing all those professionals, all those allied health, all those nurse workers under one roof to offer those services not across the system, but in one coordinated way. And what a success story that has been. And I would invite the member to ask more questions about how that's working. But look, there's so much more. $1 million we invested to just increase the number of beds at AFM from 24 to 36. And yet in the campaign, we promised another 12 beds because we know the Virgo report says that especially when it comes to women's access to mental health and addictions capacity, it was lacking. We're making investments there. I know my time will run out before I'm allowed to go on, but if the member wants to ask for more, I'll ask her to write down this number, $1.237 million for the expansion of our rapid access to addictions medicine throughout the province. Much, much more to talk about in terms of the meaningful investments our government is making in the area of mental health and addictions.
The honourable member for Point Douglas.
So the RAM clinics are only open certain hours of the day, certain days of the week. They weren't designed to work with people who are dealing with methamphetamine addiction. So can the minister tell us how many actual people that have visited these RAM clinics have been referred to treatment centers, such as the bed he's talking about, 24 to 36. They've increased at AFM. He's talked about creating this 20 to 30 patient bed place that who knows when that's going to be made. But can he tell us how many people from that RAM clinic, any of those RAM clinics, have been sent to treatment for methamphetamine use?
The Honourable Minister.
I want to correct the record for the member because she is incorrect when she asserts that somehow the rapid access for addictions medicine model isn't appropriate for methamphetamine addiction. I will inform her that in the first year of operation of the RAM Clinic services, more than 1,400 people have registered for services. Of those registrants, 25% of them presented with a meth addiction or a meth substance use. I can tell her that since opening the first RAM clinic, an average of 220 people return per month for follow-up services. I can attest anecdotally, because I heard it from a service worker in Thompson, that on one occasion, a woman with a methamphetamine addiction presented at RAM and the same day was checked into a withdrawal management services placement. The same day. What is the purpose of the RAM model? The RAM model is built to coalesce the mental health and addictions and health services around the individual rather than making the individual hunt out those services in a highly complex system. I have had people working in the system tell me that if services are on two sides of the street, it is with some risk they will point across the street because a lot can happen when you're trying to navigate those services even from one side of the street to the next, to no fault of that individual. That is why this model works. So while I can appreciate that from her party's perspective, she has to be seen to be somewhat disapproving of the investment, I can say to all members of this House that this model is working. So why is it starting smaller and working up? We borrowed this model from the same idea in Ontario, where it was seen to be tremendously effective. And we said immediately that on seeing the success here, it would be necessary to contemplate the expansion of the model. And that is why our government, just weeks ago in the provincial election, committed to expand the rapid access to addictions medicine model by creating a brand new clinic for Southern Region, as I stated, the only remaining health region in Manitoba without a rapid access to addictions medicine clinic. But in addition to that, to expanding the hours of operation in the WRHA and expanding the resources for these clinics across the province. Now, the work that is done at the RAM clinics, and yes, I have visited them, and I've spoken to the professionals who practice out of here. It's a complex assortment, an array of services that we bring to bear at these centers. And that means the work must be done to solicit from doctors in our system that willingness to work in the area of addictions medicine. The work must be done to find nurse practitioners and public health nurses and counselors. In the Brandon model, they even use people who have specialization in things like accounting to help individuals to be able to do things as practical as pay bills along the way while they're seeking treatment. And for every one of these for these clinics, the array of services could look slightly different, but it's for them to make those the determinations about what will be best. So we're committed to RAM. We brought RAM where there was no provision of service of its kind here in Manitoba before. We're proud of its success. We're building on those early successes, and we're enhancing the model by starting a new RAM clinic for Southern Health, by expanding the hours of operation in the WRHA, and by expanding the resources throughout the province.
The honourable member for Point Douglas.
Miigwech. So the minister said there was 1,400 people registered. 25% of those came in with a meth addiction. That would mean 350 people. How many of those 350 people were actually referred to long-term treatment beds in the province of Manitoba?
The Honourable Minister.
So I want to clarify for the member that yes, when people are presenting at RAM Clinic and those services, the first year of data is showing that 25% of those registrants are registering with meth. Now, that's not to say that those individuals may not also have other disorders. Alcohol use, could be opiate use, it could be other drug as a drug of choice. But also I want to clarify for the member, and while I'm not an addiction specialist, I know from the reports that I've read, and I know from speaking to people within the system, that the goal of presenting is not always in-facility treatment. Now, I don't make those determinations, but system experts do. And for some, the goal will be to place them in a facility where they can receive treatment. For others, there is in-community supports and in-community treatment. So it should not be assumed that the goal of every presentation at a RAM clinic is somehow that they will be placed in to a facility for treatment. However, I would follow up with that statement by saying the following. We inherited government in 2016, and at that time, the Addictions Foundation of Manitoba had 12 beds for women in Winnipeg. And we doubled that to 24 and have committed now to quickly move to increase that again to 36. So the answer to the member's question about how soon people could get to treatment, far faster under a PC government than under a former NDP government. We have tripled the capacity for women's treatment beds in Winnipeg and in this province. Why? Because the Virgo report said it was sadly lacking after years of neglect. We also added 4 more beds at Behavioral Health Foundation, and only recently myself and other colleagues visited that St. Norbert location to see the tremendous facility, the tremendous resources that they have there for people with addictions. So increases are meaning that these investments will support up to 176 women requiring treatment per year, and that is simply in the area of women's treatment beds, not talking about the overall expansion in capacity that is taking place. Do we need more capacity? Absolutely. Are we moving to provide it as a government? Absolutely.
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas.
So the minister talked about 28 days not being long enough for people who are dealing with methamphetamine addiction. But then he just cited he's increased beds at Addictions Foundation of Manitoba, which is a 28-day treatment center. So he's increased it from 12 to 24 to 36. But what about the women and men and children who are dealing with methamphetamine addictions here today in Manitoba? Where are they supposed to go? What plan does this minister have and this government have to address these numbers? Main Street Project has cited over 25,000 Manitobans are dealing with methamphetamine addiction here in our province today. You see tent camps going up where people are homeless, they have nowhere to live. You see syphilis cases increasing, congenital syphilis, which affect children, babies. Babies are being born with this. This province has no plan to address these high numbers. They talk about Main Street Project not having the capacity or framework to deal with people who are on methamphetamine. In fact, if he's actually gone and he's visited Main Street Project and he's spoken to the executive director there and he's spoken to Tal, she would tell him that they have had a plan on that minister's desk for over a year and the government's desk for over a year. So the premier, I don't know if he shared it with the minister or not, or the past minister passed it on to this minister, but clearly there's a communication breakdown. And this province, this government needs to figure out what they're going to do to address these high numbers. You see crime rates in Manitoba rising. How many more people are going to have to lose their life because of people who are dealing with meth and this government's inaction? So I'm going to ask the minister again, and he failed again to even give a straight answer of how many were referred from these RAM access clinics. He said there were 350 people who presented with meth addictions at these clinics, but he wouldn't tell us that even one of those people were referred to long-term treatment. Are these clinics even referring people to long-term beds? Is there even long-term beds in this province? I haven't heard of a long-term bed in this province that this government has funded. And this government's clearly said, this minister has said, 28 days is not long enough to treat a person who is dealing with meth addiction. So again, I'm going to ask this minister, what is his plan, what is his government's plan to address the meth crisis that is going on here in Manitoba with concrete actions in terms of long-term beds, making sure that people that are working at these RAM clinics they have the capacity to deal with people who are coming in with these addictions, that they actually have somewhere to send them. Because simply telling them to come back tomorrow for a med to help them for one day is not long-term treatment. And like I said, over 25,000 Manitobans are struggling. And you cite there's no capacity or framework for Manitoba. There is. Main Street Project has it. They also, Dr. Peachy, in his report, talked about a safe consumption site. Did this minister even have the inkling to maybe even do a study, to maybe go to Calgary to look at their safe injections or safe consumption site, and to see how successful other provinces have been? Our own Bear Clan, James Favel, just came back from Vancouver. He actually went to go visit safe consumption sites to see, because he knows from firsthand experience, and the minister says, I've gone and walked with Bear Clan. That's great, all and dandy, but you know what? I live in the North End. I live amongst all of that's going on, that chaos. You drive through it. Come visit and actually see and talk to people who are dealing with it. So what is the government's plan to address these high numbers of methamphetamine addiction in Manitoba?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I'll start, and I'll endeavor to answer questions, but there were many, many areas of potential exploration. So I have every confidence that we'll be here for a number of days. And so these all form good areas of further exploration for discussion. A few clarifications first. It is not me per se who is indicating that 28 days as a conventional model is insufficient for the purposes of dealing with meth. Those are addiction specialists who are saying that 28 days as a conventional model really largely configured on the needs of insurance industry years and years ago. That said, this is what we'll pay for, 28 days. And we've kind of reverse engineered an entire industry on the basis of insurance policy requirements. So that obviously has to be revisited. Some of that work is going on now. The need to increase that length of stay is because the effects of methamphetamines, as others and professionals related to me, is so lasting and durable on that system that in many cases the psychotic state has not even stopped after 28 days in entirety. It's a tremendously huge challenge to deal with. So we are responding to that with flexible withdrawal management services. I can assure that member that those services have come online in Winnipeg and in Brandon and are continuing to scale up. I went out in the hall in February, expressed my dissatisfaction that the process had taken longer, but it is complex work that is building something that was never available in Manitoba. We redoubled our efforts, we brought it online. The member talks about where is the capacity for youth. It is important to be investing in this area of youth. I can indicate to that member that we have a good news story to report, that the Compass Center, which is at Southport in Portage-la-Prairie, has finally filled its latent capacity this summer. For the first time, all 13 beds are filled. The Virgo report reflected on the fact that for years, this Compass capacity for complex needs in addictions and mental health for youth was going without having the proper staffing. Beds left unused. The vast majority of the capacity was underused. And finally, we have that facility using its full complement of staff to fill those beds. That's a good news story. Safe injection site. It's interesting to me that the member says to me, where is this comprehensive plan for dealing with mental health and addictions? And I just shared with her a comprehensive continuum, an array of services, acute medical sobering unit, safe spaces, the increase of flexible length withdrawal management beds, the increase of women's conventional bed capacity at AFM, the increase of services at behavioral health, the expansion of the RAM model across the province, the increase of appropriate housing units for people with supports and accountability. All these indicate an arc of services that we're bringing. What has the NDP said success looks like? A safe injection site. And yet even the chief of police for Winnipeg has said, don't bring a safe injection site to Winnipeg. As a matter of fact, he is not the only chief of police saying, don't bring a safe injection site. I understand that in Calgary and Lethbridge, the instance of violence and violent crime went up 400% within a 200-meter radius, and it has become a hot spot for police such that they do not feel that anyone is safe near those centers, including the intended targets. And where is the NDP on other ideas? Nowhere. It is the only idea that they thought at all about doing. There is no plan. There is no reflection on Virgo because it is an indictment of their 17 years in government. There is no articulation of a suite of services that would improve capacity or outcomes. We've brought that, and it is Manitobans who will benefit.
The honourable member for Point Douglas.
Miigwech. So let me just clarify that it's not a safe injection site, it's a safe consumption site. So it's a place, I visited the safe consumption site in Calgary last summer. The member from St. John's and I flew out there, and we wanted to really look at what kind of long-term services do they have out there? Where are their service providers? The member talked about, there being services, but they're in the South End. In Calgary, they're in a bunch of different places within Calgary. So they're not, kind of centralized in one space. They're all over. And when we visited this site was amazing. It had nurses there. it had mental health experts, it had doctors there, and it had people that were willing to go into treatment on the day that they came in. They said, you know what, today's the day that I'm going to stop using. And I spoke to 2 people who were visiting the Safe Consumption site and gave praise to this site for changing their life, for saving their life, because they were able to go there and say, you know what, today's the day. I don't want to use anymore. You know, I'm done. Unless I stop using, you know, I'm going to be dead. And what that Safe Consumption site was able to do, to get that person, both those persons, into a long-term treatment center. Not a 28-day bed, but a 6-month long treatment facility that also worked on transitioning these 2 people into housing. So it wasn't just, oh, you go into treatment, you know, you get your treatment and then you're gone, but you actually go live in this apartment with 5 other people, and then you have like a house person that kind of takes care of whatever it is you need, whether you're struggling, you know, today, because addiction isn't something that, you know, is gone tomorrow. It's a lifelong, you know, struggle for people. You know, you decide one day I'm going to stop using, but the next day you may decide, you know, I'm really contemplating, you know, picking up that needle and putting that meth back into my arm. And you need someone there to help you, to walk you through, to support you. And that's exactly what the Safe Consumption site does. They walk you through what are the resources out there, what are the supports, you know, what can potentially happen. They even have their clinic inside this building. So every service you could think of is in this building. It's almost like a one-stop shop. They have their urgent care center, so if I need to go and see, you know, a doctor immediately, it's there. So, you know, I think about what has happened in Manitoba in the last year since I visited that site, and to address, you know, what's happening here in Manitoba, because I see so many people, you know, being murdered. We've had quite a few in the North End with people who were on methamphetamine. You know, I think of, you know, so many young people who are losing their lives to this drug. And what is our government's response to it is, you know, really nothing. You know, I don't see a change. I don't see people having hope. I don't see, you know, someone going to a treatment center and saying, oh, after 28 days, maybe I'll stop using meth. If you understand meth takes away the serotonin in your brain, which gives you hope, which helps you to feel good. And when you do meth, that depletes that serotonin. And it takes 6 months for that serotonin to come back, for you to start feeling hope, for you to start feeling good about yourself, and to feel like you can really kick this and really change, you know, your direction in life. So again, I'm going to ask the minister, and you know, 25,000 Manitobans, and this is a number from last session when I went to visit Main Street Project that I was given. And Main Street Project actually drives to Brandon to pick people up to come here to go to get treatment, 28-day treatment, mind you. So what is the minister going to do to address the methamphetamine crisis in Manitoba in a long-term, you know, sustainable way that is really going to impact, you know, the safety and the lives of Manitobans here in our province?
The honourable member's time is up. The honourable minister.
As I thank the member for the question, and she and I can certainly agree on the fact that meth is a horrific drug. It doesn't matter if you're talking to police or public health, nurses or addictions specialists, psychologists, doctors who specialize in the area of mental health and addictions. It's a horrific drug. And I've actually had individuals in the police service say they long to go back to the days of crack. And it seems like such an obscene statement. I said, well, why would you say that? They said, because that's how horrific meth is in our system for everyone. who deals with it. And I think about even in terms of our first responders, I think about it in terms of our EMS staff that we just recently hosted in the province of Manitoba just a week ago, the Macy Conference. And I want to signal to the paramedics and the Paramedic Association of Manitoba that hosted this national conference that maybe some Manitobans don't know just went on right here. I had a chance to address that group and talk about the very significant place that paramedicine is playing in the transformation of our healthcare system here in Manitoba. And even these individuals talked about what that means for their members to be responding to someone who is exhibiting psychosis because of the effect of methamphetamines. And I think that the stories that professionals tell are just mind-boggling. So I know the member and I agree on the fact that that more is necessary to do. She asked where the comprehensive strategy is to address meth, and I gave it to her. As we unveiled it to Manitobans in early August, we said, if elected, we will execute on this. We will implement this suite of investments that is based on research, that is based on the experience of other jurisdictions, that is based on the evidence, and that is also based on the uniqueness of Manitoba, because we are unique. And we know we cannot just copy-paste what we see entirely in other jurisdictions. But it would be naive for us not to also pay attention to the challenges that other jurisdictions have experienced. And I think about Calgary's safe consumption site, a meth consumption site that shows a 276% increase in drug-related calls to police in a 250-meter buffer zone around the consumption site. A 29% rise in the overall number of calls for police compared to the previous 3 years' average. Violence in the area up 50%. Vehicle crime up 63%. Break and enters up 60%. And total number of calls to police up 36% in 1 year compared to the year previous. We spoke before about that federal committee that visited Winnipeg in early April this year. It was the Federal Health Standing Committee, an all-party committee that came to study injection sites. Marion Willis was quoted, the founder of Moorburg House, as saying, "Right now there is a big focus on the opiate crisis. We don't meet those criteria, but there is no safe way to use meth." And that is why Willis said she would not support a safe injection site for meth. Instead, she talked about investments in things like housing and acute medical sobering that they referred to as drug stabilization unit. And Manitoba now has a government that is focused exactly on this. It is significant, and it will involve changes to even things as basic as the Intoxicated Persons Detention Act. We will have to change it if it's meaning that we can additionally detain someone for a longer time to help them stabilize to the point where someone can speak to them about perhaps taking that next step. So there are many things going on in the system. I wish I could share a list of all the ways in which we are now having our AFM workers work directly in 9 agencies across Winnipeg to do exactly the kind of interventions and activities that the member spoke of. Those things are going on, I assure her. And we're finding ways to place our workers where the people are. And there's more success to come as we continue to put our plan into place.
The honourable member for Point Douglas.
Miigwech. So the member spoke about crime rate. In Manitoba, the crime rate has skyrocketed. The chief of police has asked for more support for their policing unit. There's been more deaths in Manitoba than there was in the previous 5 years, and this is attributed directly to meth use. People on meth are killing other people. And I don't think the minister fully understands, the model of a safe consumption site. A safe consumption site is somewhere for someone to go to consume their drugs, in a safe way so they're not dying. But it's not only for that use. It's to help people get connected to the services that they need. Today might not be the day that I'm going to decide to stop using drugs, but tomorrow might be. And those places need to be accessible to Manitobans so that they're not discarding their needles in playgrounds. The Bear Clan, as you said, you've walked with them. I'm sure you watched them safely pick up needles from the streets of Manitoba. That is not their job. If there was a safe consumption site, that would limit the amount of needles that you would find in places where children are playing, where Manitobans are walking, where they have the potential of, getting pricked by a needle that could be, have syphilis or have HIV. This is about prevention. This is about helping people to get the supports and help that they need, but it's also about giving them hope, that they have someone that actually believes in them. Because when I visited this safe consumption site, these workers knew these people by name. They had relationships with them. It wasn't about someone coming in and taking the safe needle and going into the corner and using this needle. It was about giving them a safe, non-judgmental space that was meant to help them see that someone cared about them, that someone cared enough about them to give them a space to be able to use in a safe way, but also to let them know that this isn't the only way. I realize you're hurting, you've probably had some trauma in your life, because we know trauma is an underlying issue of people using meth and other substances. And unless we start to address those root causes and really start to delve in with counseling services, which were also available there. So if I went in, I could easily, be slotted in to go and speak to someone. I didn't have to get put on a list to wait. There were beds that were long-term beds that were available specifically for clients that were coming to these safe consumption sites. So they were streamlined into these long-term beds, long-term treatment. So it's not only about, the dollars. It's not only about, thinking about what's best for people. What do people need? Well, I'd say here in Manitoba, from talking to people, from, visiting hospitals, that people need access to not only safe consumption sites, but they need access to long-term treatment centers, and that's something that this government isn't doing. They're not talking about long-term facilities. They're not talking about transitional housing for people who are, dealing with coming out of meth addictions. They're not talking about supporting and training more workers to work with people who are dealing with meth. Instead, the minister's talking about incarcerating people for longer periods of time until they can get off meth, and then maybe make a decision that they'll get put into a treatment center. We can't police our way out of people using meth. We have to look at the root causes. So again, I'm going to give the minister an opportunity, and I hope he's really thinking about, some of what I'm talking about, because I'm speaking from experience, from talking to people, from actually seeing this in my community, and from actually seeing people in my own life struggle with this. So again, I'm going to ask the minister, besides what he's talked about, in the next 100 days, what is his government committed to doing to address the methamphetamine crisis here in Manitoba?
The Honourable Minister.
I assure that member that mental health and addictions don't respect in any way boundaries that we can draw around neighborhoods or urban-rural divides. I assure her that these issues affect all of us, and all of us have lived experiences in these things. And I know she feels strongly about these things, and we do too. There's a lot that just 2 years ago I wasn't thinking about in terms of mental health and addictions, and now I carry the weight of this role, and I'm happy to do it for my government. And we believe we're making good and meaningful investments that will help. We've never pretended to have all the answers. We continue to engage with other jurisdictions. We ask other ministers responsible for mental health and addictions. I had a chance to visit in the U.S. With a few U.S. urban centers, major centers, to talk about what they're doing that we could adopt here in Canada, to talk about what success looks like, talk about how to measure and hold accountable service delivery agencies for the services they're providing. None of it's easy, but it's all worthwhile and it's all very necessary to do now. So I did indicate to her a number of times a very significant suite of services that we will implement and implement shortly. And I'll ask all Manitobans to be patient for just a very little while longer before we publicly announce the rollout of this suite of investments that we will make. I want to remind that member, she asked before about youth counselors or what was out there for youth. And I can tell her that since June of this year, we have moved to place youth counselors from Addictions Foundation of Manitoba where they can be accessible to clients now. She talked about the burden of wait times, having to wait for services, and I agree with her that we should make every effort to diminish wait times. So in Winnipeg, that means that we're placing counselors now. Instead of at an AFM building, where clients need to go to, we're placing them at places like the Access Fort Garry. We're placing them at Aiken Street Community Health Center. We're placing them at the Centre de Santé Saint Boniface. We're placing them at Eagle Urban Transition, at McDonald Youth Services, at Mamawi Wichiatara Center, at New Directions, at Street Reach Program. We're placing those workers where they can reach those youth clients better. And that, we believe, will have effect. She says there's a lot that I don't understand about safe injection sites. I'm sure that there's a lot that I don't understand about meth injection sites, but I do know this. No one in North America has opened a site for the injection of methamphetamines. I know that when the opiates injection site was opened in Vancouver, it was done with this understanding that there was a very unique community there and that naloxone could be administered to keep people from dying. That member knows that there is no naloxone kit for methamphetamines. There is no equivalent for methamphetamines. I can tell her that we did undertake in April of this year to move at naltrexone and a camprosate from Part 3 exceptional drug status to a Part 1 open benefit in Manitoba. And that means that a physician prescribing these drugs for a patient no longer has to go through that complicated series of steps to get special permission from the Manitoba Pharmacare program. Instead, patients can immediately take that prescription and have those costs covered. Why did we do that? It was the right thing to do. Virgo recommended those steps, and it has made it easier for people misusing substances to access treatment. So I want to tell the member that while she and I ideologically may not be aligned on this issue, I think we must acknowledge that lessons are being learned about the complications and dangers, the real dangers to people that come with a meth injection site. And I believe that the best evidence that we have approval for our plan is that Manitobans just elected 36 members of this government. They've put their faith and their confidence in the plan that we articulated in August, and we plan to put that plan into effect to help the greatest number of Manitobans who require those services.
The honourable member for Point Douglas.
So I've asked twice now what the government's commitment is to address methamphetamine addiction in the first 100 days. And, you know, again, the minister talks around it but doesn't give any specifics. So I don't sense any commitment to addressing, you know, the high numbers of methamphetamine addiction here in Manitoba from this government, you know, which is unfortunate because, you know, this minister said he's happy to do it for his government to serve as the health minister, but he actually is serving is health minister for Manitobans. So I just want to remind him of that. He's not doing it for his government. He's actually doing it for Manitobans. And it is his job is to, provide the services to Manitobans that they need. And I would even go further to say that, this minister is failing to provide the services to Manitobans in terms of, getting methamphetamine treatment in this province. He references 28-day addiction, and he talked also about, getting the experts' opinion, and that came from the expert opinion that, it's longer than 28 days, and I agree that it takes longer than 28 days for someone who is dealing with methamphetamine to get the treatment that they need. But this government is not committing to, spending any dollars to address long-term treatment for people who are dealing with methamphetamine addiction, which is only, raising the crime rate in Manitoba. People have lost their lives. Children, and he spoke about youth, and, he's talking about putting people in places where they're needed, and that's great. But there's also children right now that are addicted to meth, as young as 12 years old, that have no plan in place to help address what they're dealing with and to help them get the supports that they need. And, it really disheartens me that, I work in a place where, this isn't a priority to help kids, to help children, to help families, to help parents who are struggling to support their children that have no supports of their own, that they're watching their children be sexually exploited to feed their drug addiction, and there's nowhere for these kids to go. There's no services for them, and it's daunting actually. I can see to be someone who would be tasked with this, but it is our job as legislators to be in this place, to be providing the supports and needs of Manitobans, and this certainly is a huge area, and I'm sure the minister would agree that it just continues to grow, and unless we start to work around prevention and really providing long-term services to people that are dealing with meth addiction, that it's only going to continue to grow, and more people are going to continue to get addicted to it, and we're going to see a rise in more crime, more bloodborne illnesses. And our mayor here in Manitoba has, even asked and pleaded with this government to open a safe consumption site, to do something more around long-term treatment, to really address this and not just put a Band-Aid on it, because a Band-Aid simply is not going to work. And, so I'm just, I'm a little frustrated, I guess, to say the least, in terms of this government's plan to address this when we see, children being born with, acute congenital syphilis, babies, 12-year-olds on the street, having to sell themselves to pay for their addiction, and this government's plan to address that isn't there. So I want the minister to really think about this and really think about how he's going to address this. And you have 100 days. You had a 100-day plan. You could have rolled something out in there. So the minister can tell me again, how is he going to address it?
Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for the conversation we've been able to have. I continue to outline the very robust and significant measures based on evidence, based on expertise, based on the experience of other jurisdictions that we will implement and have already implemented, both the series of significant investments and system improvements that we've been able to talk about this afternoon. And the member doesn't dispute any of that. She just continues to reiterate that somehow nothing's been done when that's so far from the truth. I want to just, for the end of today, provide the following numbers. We were able to pull numbers today for an earlier question that the member for Union Station had asked about September numbers and vacancy rates. Overall, this is comprehensive vacancy rates in the WRHA, 14.1%, Grace 16.4%, HSC, this is ERs now, Grace ER 16.4%, HSC ER 9%, St. Boniface General Hospital ER 25%, Victoria ER 15.4%. The most recent data for nurse overtime, July 2019, indicating 35,800 hours.
The honourable member for Union Station.
Can the minister provide the data surrounding nurse overtime as well? Again, please. I missed the first part there. Thank you.
The honourable minister.
The nurse overtime data most recently, July 2019, 35,800 hours.
The honourable member for Union Station.
Can the minister please just repeat the St. Boniface stats again, please, for overtime? For vacancy rates, sorry.
The honourable minister.
The St. Boniface General Hospital ER current vacancy rate 25.8%.
The honourable member for Union Station.
Does the minister have a plan to deal with that 25.8% vacancy rate at St. Boniface?
The honourable minister.
Yes.
The honourable member for Union Station.
Can the minister provide a bit more detail in regards to your plan to deal with the vacancy rate, please?
The hour being 6 p.m., the committee rise, calling the speaker.
The hour being 6 p.m., this House is adjourned and stands adjourned until 1:30 p.m. tomorrow.